Well, hello. Welcome back. It is Monday, the 5th, the first official day of everybody returning back to work from the holidays. Extended vacations are over, folks. Get back to work. We got games to make. We got games to play. And, yeah, welcome to the show. So, iRacing. Today, we decided we wanted to jump into iRacing a little bit because they launched their Season 2026 Season 1 Patch 2. Patch 2 is bringing the GTP upgraded tires, or so they say upgraded. Well, we're going to find out. Although I wish you could switch back and forth to properly kind of, I don't have thousands of hours in iRacing like a lot of people who grind iRacing. So I'm not just going to be able to jump in and be like, oh yeah, these tires are way better. That being said, though, the previous tires were so far off, in my opinion, that if they're better, I'll know. How much better, we'll find out. But I'll be interested to see because I do like iRacing. It's a very large, very never going away type game. And, has the potential to really, really, really be timeless, is what I would say. Doesn't seem like there would be any kind of end in sight for iRacing, but we're going to find out. So I think I'm going to start by jumping into some demo drive stuff because, well, we can. Demo drive is available for 3.5 hours. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to jump in there first. And then if we get bored or we find that there's no real improvement, we're going to jump into my original plan for today, which was going to be some RaceRoom ranked racing. Because RaceRoom is a blast. And as of right now, I prefer the driving physics altogether in RaceRoom over, say, iRacing. Grid. Let's see. Track. Guess we could always do Daytona. Daytona is always a good track to test on since it is so slick. Oh, we're going to jump in the Cadillac, I believe. All right, let's give this a shot. Where's our force feedback at? Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's just max out TC and see if that helps. Go ice racing.
You cut the course, you've got to slow down and give up that time.
Yeah, these tires still suck. All right. Yeah, I think we're just gonna get right into to RaceRoom. I think that's gonna happen. I don't know if I have the patience for those because like honestly that if that's supposed to be their new tire model, I understand that the tires were cold right there, but I mean that was max TC as well, and it just blew right through the TC and crashed the car by rolling into the throttle. So I don't know. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. We're gonna switch up to RaceRoom. First, let me do this though. This is what I was originally going to do anyway, and it's kind of what I'm in the mood for. But I did kind of want to try out the new tires. But I honestly, I'm not a fan of how that felt already, right off the rip. I don't know. Let's see. Smaller there. All right. Go a little bigger on the RaceRoom. Download. Close that. Go over here to YouTube. All right, RaceRoom. Ranked. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. All right, let's see if this updated. Yep. There we go. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's get into this. Yeah, RaceRoom has been, like, in my opinion, kind of like an unsung hero in sim racing. This game plays phenomenally. It looks great, plays great, great variety. Yeah, it's taken a lot of the thunder for Automobilista 2 away from it. AMS2 doesn't have a very good ranked system. In fact, they don't have a ranked system at all, really. So this might fill that void of, what do we do? What do we play? What do we want to do when we want to get competitive? Because honestly, like, the driving physics of iRacing, man, it's too, well, there's a reason why it's nicknamed Ice Racing. So let's not waste any more time. Let's see what we got for daily races here. All right, Sepang in the Tatis F4 Cup. I don't even know what that is. You know, I know the Nordschleife, though. We got 7 minutes. Don't know much about the DTM 92 cars. Oh, they got the Mustang in there. Oh, boy, oh, boy. These are going to be H-pattern cars. All right. What do we think? What car? Let's see. Kind of want to drive the Mustang, but I know it's not a great handling car. I think I'm going to go Sport. BMW. Register up. Make an attempt at qualification here. Gotta switch wheels for this car, though, boys. Enough time for maybe one lap. All right. See how this car drives on the ring. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, calm down. We're in an old car with no TC. Apparently no gearbox either. Here we go. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. Well, if this lap's not going to count... Oh. All right. So let's back out of this now. Since we can't complete that lap anyway. Out for accounting anyway. So how many people are registered in this race? 21. Oh boy. Okay. We're going to get it, I guess. I should be smart and register for this race. You know, considering it's a GTR4 or GT4 car. Red Bull Ring, which is a lot easier of a course, although I'm probably arguably not as good at it as the Nordschleife. However, I have no idea really how to drive this car on the Nordschleife, and yeah, it's not a fixed lobby either. So part of me is like, maybe I should back out of this one and register with the other one. Let's see. All right, what do I want to do? Do I want to do GT4 kind of want to try this race, even though I know it's going to be reckless. It's probably going to hurt my rating, even though I only have one race under my belt. I did win it, though. You know. Yeah, AMS2 is solid. AMS2 is solid. Unfortunately, there's no ranked play for AMS2 right now. So hopefully that this year brings some cool new, you know, ranked features and stuff like that to AMS2. As of right now, though, this is going to be my, like, if I'm playing by myself, I'm going to be playing RaceRoom. I'm still going to be playing this open lobbies and stuff, too. But AMS2 and this are going to kind of, like, flash and quite often on this channel. Going on Sim for Fun VR. Would ranked play come in a few years for well, words are hard, guys. Would ranked play come in a few years for AMS2? I want to try NASCAR 25. I don't know. I don't want to pretend I do know what the developers are going to do, because I really don't. I wish I could give you real answers. Here's the thing, guys. I know a lot less than people seem to think I do. I get asked a lot of questions about, you know, what certain things, for example, like when developers are going to do things. I have no more ins to developer talk. Now, I shouldn't say I have no more ins. Occasionally being, you know, streaming and all that stuff will bring some attention to developers, but it's not a whole lot, you know. So AMS2, I mean, I don't know anybody personally there who works at RaceRoom. So for me, I find out when everybody else finds out about when they're patching something, when they're doing something. For example, RaceRoom's been out since 2013, and they just added ranked racing in 2025. So, you know, join the server. Let's get in there. Hope it comes before 2030. I would imagine it would. I would imagine it would. If they want to stay relevant, in my opinion. Because ranked racing is a pretty important part of sim racing. You know, people are competitive. People want to compete. So naturally, without the ability to just... Don't get me wrong, fun. I am an advocate of having fun before all. But you absolutely have to acknowledge the fact that people are also competitive, and there is some fun in competition. There's a lot of fun in competition. However, when it becomes so competitive and so grindy that it takes a lot of the fun out of it, you know, flying cars could be fully street legal before 2030. That's not going to happen. Apologies, Brian. It's been in it for a few years. They just did an update to it in 2025. Well, from everything I hear now, it's worth having, whereas before it might not have been. I'm newer to RaceRoom, so you'll have to bear with me. If I do give some incorrect information, please correct me. I am a big fan of not giving misinformation, so if I'm wrong, I want to know. More streamlined now? Gotcha. Need a game with a solid career mode. Unfortunately, that's about Gran Turismo 7 right now. Now, that is something I can say, is RaceRoom has said that career mode's coming in 2026. So, it's 2026 now. 397 Studios also said Le Mans Ultimate's going to console in 2026 as well, so I think that's the right move. I think they all should be pushing for console release, personally. You want to capture the casual gamer, and casual gamers come in numbers. You know, you just have to refine your ranked system so you don't punish the tryhards with casuals, because that's a big thing. You know, iRacers especially, they hate the idea of a casual. Casual is not in iRacing mentality. So, I guess I can practice. Oh my God, that's what we're playing with. Alrighty. Oh, yeah, I gotta turn the car on, huh? It's funny, not all my sims I have starting the car on actually programmed. So... Oh, I guess I turned my limiter off. Oh, well. I do have to get the HUD updates for this game as well. I'm just basking in the amazingness of it first. This is going to be an interesting race, guys. I have the feeling I'm going to flub this pretty hard. But it's part of the process. And yes, I too am a casual gamer. I don't know this version of this GP track. This is the short one. That's why I'm used to sending it right there. Though admittedly I don't know the GP track much at all, but I have a lot more time on the longer variant of it, not the shorter one. And on a car that is not forgiving when it comes to getting on the brakes hard or taking turns at a more aggressive throttle, this is going to be an experience. Going on, Jamal. And I am going to be doing, for tonight's stream, some casual AMS2. If anybody wants to get involved, I'm just saying. These S-curves right here in the beginning of the Nordschleife are like my weakest part of the Nordschleife to this date. Jesus! This is going to be a tough one, boys. Download all the mods for AMS2. Good, good. AMS2's a gangster. I actually just bought all the tracks in RaceRoom, too. California Highway. I don't know if I've ever driven that. How much of a shit show is this going to be? 1 out of 10, 10 being the biggest shit show, 1 being a perfect race. How bad is this race going to go? I'm going to do my best to drive as soft as possible, but... Going with 5, huh? That's confident. I'm leaning more towards 10. I didn't qualify, so I'm going to start at the back of the pack, which is where I want to be for this. Because I'm either going to slow everybody down if I somehow did get pole, and then eventually cause a wreck because of that, or someone's just going to hit me from behind. So I prefer to start from behind in this particular race. Let me ask you, guys who are playing AMS2, are you running with stability control on or off? Imagine this is DX9. I know. It's also why it runs so good. Oh, I thought I was, thought I needed a counter steer, but I didn't need to. She was planted. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Jamal. Some cars, really do need the stability control. Some cars, it's better with it off. They're easier to drive with stability control off, because stability control actually do wonky, weird things. I wish I could just turn it off. Like in this game, I have it off all the time, period. Like I never put it on. Gran Turismo 7, I pretty much never put it on. iRacing, I have everything on assist-wise, and it's barely noticeable. That game is just punishing. Alright, so that turn I gotta be careful on. Yeah, the only thing about the Group C mod is that the modded cars aren't very good. I will say I'm not a... I had all the mods for AMS2 and I removed them. Because I just wasn't... Some of the modded cars were pretty cool, like the Miata, the Turbo MX-5. That was a pretty fun car to drive, but the problem with that car is it would fry the tires inside of one lap. So it was really not a usable car. It was definitely a hooligan car, which is fine. Maybe that's what it was programmed for. But... Oh, shit. Yeah, same ones for PMR. Yeah, the, I kind of... If I could get in... That's interesting. That's not me. Alright. My AI is letting everybody know how he feels. Alright, car setup. Let's see if there's anything I can do. I mean, there are things I can do, but... Honestly, the car just needs a little bit of, the brakes. Brake pressure. Turn this down to 90%. Fuel level. I didn't see how much fuel I was using. How long is this? This is a 20-minute race, so go a hefty amount of fuel. I'd rather be slower with more fuel than have to pit because I ran out of fuel. Not to mention, technically, if the fuel tank is located in the back, it should oversteer a little less. I'm 15th at 22, and I didn't even qualify. I'm just going to let everybody pass. What? What just happened? Okay. I'm gonna let everybody go, because I don't know what that was. Was that server crashing? Was that what that was? What is going on here? It's only my second ranked race in this game, but that's the first time I've seen that. Oh my god, I gotta stop doing this. I keep forgetting we're on the short course. You can tell what lobbies I'm in right now, that's for sure. This is why I said I wanted to stay in the back of the pack to start. What I was saying, though, is if I could get in Ray's ear, I would want a 787B before I'd want a ranked play. But that's just me. A pre-programmed one, not a modded one. I don't know what's happening. The crash, it's like... I don't trust where the cars are. It definitely looks like server lag. It's just weird that the cars are, like, driving in... It'd be one... I kind of understand the disappearing part, because, like, okay, we don't know where the car is, let's just get it out of the way. But, like, when the cars go in different directions, it's a little, like, what's happening, you know? Like, is that guy really there or not? I don't really know. People are leaving the server, so I'm gonna stay in it. At least this guy looks like he's actually racing, so... A little on the slower side, but... That's fine. I don't have driver tags on at the very moment. I might have to put that on. Oh, I followed you. That's okay. That's 5 incident points drifting off the track once. Oh well, either way, it's alright. Oh, come on! Alright, I gotta stop looking at chat. I gotta focus up. Sorry, chat. I will pay attention in a second once I kind of regain my bearings here. Jesus. I'm with you guys. I'm trying to follow what I think is a safe line, and it's not safe enough. That's the funny thing. Well, we're still in our starting position, so... Like, that person just slid out, according to the server, but then they're going straight again. So they clearly didn't slide out. That's what I'm talking about. I don't trust what I'm seeing. No idea if that person's there or not. There is some severe server lag, that's for sure. Because I didn't gain my... I just gained another position. Oh, people are quitting, that's why. I'm gonna stick it out. Hopefully everybody quits in front of me and I can have a casual ride to first place. I highly doubt I'm the only person thinking that right now. Ugh. I just don't trust the ass of the car from coming out. So we started with 16.2 gallons, so I have to make sure that I pay attention to see what this car eats up for one lap. I just don't trust this car right now, but you know what? I'm just driving it safe. I have no experience with this car in the Nordschleife. So when I think I'm making like safe lines, I'm not. I'm not safe enough. And I'm drifting off the track, so... 90% brake pressure seems to work pretty good. But that doesn't manage my right foot. I feel like this car would be a lot of fun with some forced traction control. So you could drive it a little bit harder. And not be so worried about how loose the rear end is. I'm driving this right now like I'd be driving a real car around this track. Nice and gentle. I'd love to get out of this gear, but go, baby, go. We're about to get past. See, I know I'm going slower than everybody else, but I'm playing it safe, and it's slightly paying off because people are crashing. Case in point. Funny thing is that I actually really like AMS2's force feedback. Now, I've spent my own personal time with it. I'm also not like a force feedback crazy person. So I'm pretty content with a lot of force feedbacks. I don't like LMU's force feedback. I mean, it's a lot of it's there, but a lot of it's missing. You would probably hate me then, because I turn off the wheel speed rotation, or wheel rotation speed, whatever the hell it's called, at least on the Simagic stuff. I don't like it because I think it's forced force feedback for the sake of trying to duplicate realism, and I understand why it's there. But at the same time, I don't like it either way. Damn it. I like my force feedback to do what a real car is going to do. I don't want it to try and create G-forces that aren't coming through a steering wheel to come through a steering wheel to tell me something's happening. I just don't like it. It's that simple. If I'm missing a certain realistic thing that's happening, then I'll find a way to duplicate it another way, or I just will tolerate not having it. Like lateral G, I don't want that in my steering wheel. If oscillating the wheel is supposed to generate lateral G, I just don't want to feel it. That's just my opinion, though. Alright, so by the way, one full lap was 4 gallons. So 3 laps is probably what this is going to run. So I need 12 gallons. That's fine. I'm fine with my 16. Like, I'm very happy with this force feedback. Now, mind you, it could be more detailed, but as far as the main pieces of information, it's there, and I'm fine with it. Like, for example, Forza is an example of a game that the force feedback is just wrong, and I don't like it at all, and there's nothing you can do to configure it correctly. It feels good, but it doesn't sound good. That's the problem, Jamal. It does not sound like a 787B. I'm driving this so casual. Honestly, I just like driving in this game. It's been a minute since just the pure driving experience made me enjoy it. Like, for example, ACC is a game where I really like the driving. I don't like the racing, but I like the driving. And I've been sort of chasing that ACC-ish feel with better racing, more variety. And so far, this is the closest thing to what that is. I really do wish AMS2 does dial back their slidey physics. I know that's been complained about for years, so I don't know if it's ever going to happen. But, like, you play AMS2 enough, you don't really pay attention to it anymore. You get used to it, it's fine, right? But then you jump in this and get used to this and then go back to AMS2, and you're like, Jesus Christ, I can't drive straight. And PMR has the exact same physics, in my opinion, as AMS2. There's a very slidey nature to it. You just notice it more in AMS2 because there's a lot less problems. I think 90% brake pressure was the right move, too. Car stops a lot better when it was at 100. Way too easy to lock up the brakes at 100. Now 90 is, at least for me anyway. Obviously, that is entirely subjective based off of your foot inputs. And I'm a little bit more aggressive on foot inputs, admittedly. I do like the way this car drives, though. Once you realize its limitations, it's a really fun car to drive. You just can't drive it like it's a GT3 car, obviously, because you will crash. You kind of gotta basically drive it like you're out for a Sunday stroll, and then slowly learn what you can and can't do with it, and get a little bit faster. I am obviously nowhere near how fast you can go with this car because I don't know where the limit is really. So I'm kind of, sort of being on the gentler side and figuring it out. I see guys keep leaving. I also see KW Studios is looking for a new lead programmer. I mean, they put it all over the game, obviously. So, I mean, is that not like a solid business method, by the way? Advertise your positions, like where you're hiring in your game. I'm telling you, like, from a pure what I want to play standpoint, it's this and AMS2 right now. Jesus Christ, man. I had to guess on what line to pick right there because he was doing donuts. Wasn't sure where he was going to go. It looked like he was doing donuts. There was a big smoke cloud, so I assume he was doing donuts and didn't just spin out one time. That guy going 843, man. That's fast. I mean, I'm obviously slow, so no comparison, but still. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it, but the beginning of the stream started off a little differently. Last minute, I decided, this was my plan, and I should have stuck to it, but I decided, you know what? They introduced the GTP tires in iRacing. Let me jump over to iRacing quick. And the tires don't really feel any different, at least not cold. I didn't give it a full-on fair shake, which I'm probably going to do that off-stream, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how much stream time I want to put to iRacing. Or how much time in general I really want to put to iRacing. I just think that there's so much I don't like about it, that even though it's a super popular, very big game, I just don't know if it's the one that I want to invest my time into, you know? Even though I've arguably already got like $300 to $400 put into it, like an idiot. But I look at it like any money I put into these sims is just eventually going to give me some ROI from content later on. Might not show up immediately or anytime soon for that matter, but in the long run, because this is something like I said, I plan on doing for a while. So, for the foreseeable future anyway. So right now, obviously, there's no real payoff. But in time, at least I own the content that I pay for. You know? Like this game, I've already bought every track. I own every track in RaceRoom already. With the exception of the old Spa, which I'm hoping they bring back soon. Because Spa is it's not my favorite track, but it is a fan enough favorite track. It's clearly one of the bigger, more popular ones that you kind of need to have it. I'd like to see Spa, Sebring, Le Mans. What else? Those are probably the main three I'd like to see come into RaceRoom. No one thought they were going to have a comeback? I could see that. Worst part is that I have to make a whole nother lap for... I could have just slowed down and only ran 2 laps, but you know what? Screw it. Keep going. Got a whole nother lap. Just more practice as far as I'm concerned. So the goal for this lap is just no incident points. That's it. I'll catch up on all the chat comments when this race is over. I glance over every once in a while, and if it's a short question, I can answer it, but anything that has any level of words, I gotta keep my eyes on the road so I don't die. Yeah, and that's what I was saying about Rensport. because the game's physics are relatively easy to drive, you're not making it easier from a competitive standpoint. You're actually making it harder. Because now people will push that much harder and find limits you didn't think you could go. Like when I drive Rennsport, and I'm running through Daytona, I'm like, where am I losing 3 seconds from the fastest guy? And I feel like, okay, I could see a second, because I know I'm making some mistakes here and there, my line's not perfect. But I mean, it's so easy to drive in Rennsport, and Daytona's a relatively easy track, that when these guys are going 3 seconds faster, it's like, geez, where am I pulling where I should be pushing, you know? And this game kind of gives me sort of vibes like that, where you can push harder in places that you think you can't, you know? Car like this, it's hard to figure that out because, you know, it will kill you. Play it safe. I gotta remind myself, I see a guy that I'm closing in on. My goal isn't to pass him. That is not my goal for this race. My goal is to get 0 incident points. So if he spins out or I have a very safe clearing, I'll go for the pass, but I'm not driving aggressive right now. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have went in. I was even thinking I'm going into first a little too soon right here. I should wait till I come around the bend. But nope. I didn't listen to my gut, and I almost caused myself some points. The damage model in this also seems a little forgiving. Now, I haven't had any major contacts, but I've made some contact here and there. And it hasn't really affected the way the car drives. When I did my only other ranked race yesterday to test out ranked in RaceRoom before I wanted to do this stream, or commit to it anyway, I got rear-ended pretty good by the only other guy that I was racing. And it said my car was damaged, but it had no real driving effect on it. So I just hung it out for the 15-minute race, and I won it. Mind you, it was a 1v1 situation, but it looked like, if I had to guess, he was the slightly better driver, but he kept making mistakes and him stressing himself out, which was causing him to make even more mistakes, you know? Oh, whoa, hey, okay, alright. You must be letting me by, because... By the way, how does this mic sound? For those guys who didn't hear me, my Saturday night stream, I'm using my headset microphone right now. I do have my SM7B, which is, you know, I mean, the best microphone on the planet. That's why they're in everybody's podcast. And as much as I love the microphone, it's just super inconvenient. You know? It's the pinnacle of broadcast microphones, but, like, this headset microphone to me is good enough to the point where, like, the freedom to do what I want and not worry about my microphone, where it is. Because I don't leave the, I have it on a tripod. So I set it up every time I stream, which, mind you, doesn't take much to set up, but it's the point that it's not permanently attached to my rig, because I don't really have a good mounting solution for it yet. And if I build out my other spare room, that's where the sim is going to get relocated to, and then I can commit a little bit harder to, you know, permanent fixtures. Then I can probably switch up to my triples and stuff like that. Right now I'm on one big single panel, which my plan would be to spend a little bit of money and go for like 3 55 inches, or maybe even 65s if the prices are right. Either way, I want, if I'm going to switch from one big single to triples, I need to not downsize too much. I'm a big panel nutcase. I need to have my nice OLEDs. That's more, like, that's the thing. That's more important to me than force feedback. Not that I don't value force feedback, but chasing, like, perfect force feedback is less important to me than my visuals. I would rather have 3 massive monitors, or TVs, or panels, whatever you want to call them, than have motion, you know? I don't know how I feel about VR, if I'm being completely honest with you. I haven't experienced it enough to honestly... I can tell you from a streaming standpoint, I think VR is bad business. From an immersion standpoint, I'm sure it's fantastic. But from what I'm doing here, whenever I see someone's YouTube or whatever it is that they're live streaming and they're in VR, I'm uninterested, you know? Because, let's face it, streaming is all about connecting with the audience, creating those parasocial relationships, you know? And when you have a VR mask on, you know, you take a lot of the personality out of the experience. Now, maybe if you're a really good actor and you can, you know, dance a jig and do all this, like, sort of like a Dr. Disrespect type scenario, then maybe you can pull off VR and streaming. But I couldn't. Alright, we started in 15th, we got 9th. And I think we passed 2 people, and everybody else quit. Let's see. Let me read some of these comments now. Alright, total crazy force feedback person. You just want as close to real steering rack and tire feel as possible. I agree on that. MS2, a little more like RaceRoom. So believe it or not, where I found a lot of happiness with AMS2's force feedback is in what they say not to do, and that is adding the low force boost. So I use all 18 Newton meters on my wheelbase. I run, I believe, the total gain in the game at about 50%, and then I add about 20% to the low force boost. So it lowers the overall ceiling, but it broadens up some of the more important lower hitting force feedbacks. iRacing force feedback sucks. I could barely get along with using. It really isn't very good. I'll give you that. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, LP, about the not feeling the tires, but you feel the suspension. Which, if you had to pick one, what would you rather feel? I would, unless it's under braking, where, like, I think the one place you absolutely need to feel the tires is when the front tires completely brake free. You know, there needs to be at least an on-off switch there to tell you, hey, something's wrong. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom, and then I'll come back and answer. All right. Yeah, 9th place. Yeah, look at the top 2 guys. You can tell they've got some time. 840. Well, even, I guess all of them, really. 5th and up. You can tell how much I'm under driving the car to be off the pace by 34 seconds. 35 seconds, really. Either way, no complaints there. So how did that help me or hurt me? Let's see. Where are my results? Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Those are our only 2 races so far in RaceRoom. I'll take it. This was the 1v1 I had. And that was 22. Oh, starting position was 10th? I thought I was in 15th. Interesting. Anyway, so comments. RaceRoom has server issues at times, but it's still better than iRacing netcode. No one thought Ari was going to have a comeback this year. Sonoma, gotcha, yep. Physics model is easy to get into, harder to master. It's how it should be. Agreed. That was what I was commenting on when I said about Rensport. Areas low triples. Peripheral vision is everything in sim racing. Aligning 3 screens is such a pain in the ass, though. It took me weeks to set up mine. Yeah, I would have to build my own fixed setup. I don't know how these guys are mounting triples on motion rigs in the pan. Bottom line is, if I were to do it my own personal way, now maybe this would be regretful, but I would, if I had motion as well, the rig would only be on motion. The panels would be fixed, and then I would have the car on screen. So what is it? Not locked to horizon. It would be locked to car. So essentially, if I'm moving, the car's moving on the screen, and is the horizon locked? Yeah, the horizon would be locked, right? I think I'm saying this correctly in my brain. Yeah, so the panels would be like they're the real world, and that's the horizon. Everything's the environment's not moving outside of the actual physical what needs to move, but the car motion on screen is moving with the motion rig. Yeah, low force helps bring out curbs. Yeah, I mean, I know Nords pretty well. At least I don't know the GP course really at all. I know the Nordschleife itself. However, I was wildly underdriving that car because I don't know its limit. Mostly, it's not even its braking limit. It's I don't know when the rear is going to kick out. I could get much more competitive on the Nordschleife if I was in like a GT3 car or something that's just in general easier to drive. So anyway, let's pick another race. So we just did this car. I've never driven this Tatis F4 Cup car. Never driven the TCR. I definitely want to get in I think I want to get in on this GT4 race, which means I can't do anything else. Yeah. So here's another thing, too. If I turn the line on, will I be judged? Now, I know there's going to be people who judge me. They exist everywhere. However, my question is, for the sake of learning tracks, like, there's a lot of tracks that I just don't know. I have no idea where to go. Like, that GP track right there was the short version of it, and where I'm used to full sending it in the straight is not a straight. It's a hairpin right turn, so I have to, oh, Jesus. You know, whereas if I had the line on, I would have been like, okay, you know. I don't care either way if people judge me, but I'm just curious. I think I'm going to wait for this, I think I'm going to go for the GTR race, or GT4 race. What do we like better, the 570 or the M4? I agree, Fogbound. I definitely don't care about what people think, but for the sake of, you know, you have to approach things 2 kinds of ways when streaming. One, you have to carry the mentality that you just don't give a shit about people, or I should say what they think. And 2, you also have to entertain the fact that, well, there is an audience that you have to somewhat cater to. And in sim racing, it seems like a cardinal rule is you do not have the line on. Like, that's as bad as basically auto drive, you know? Because, I mean, I can tell you that from the shorts I post, the videos I post, whenever there is one posted with a line on, the only comments are just turn the line off, turn the line off, turn the line off. Oh, it's slow, and I know what the line is doing. If anybody, I can assure you this, nobody is going to tell me and me not know that the line is not the perfect line. I know that. I learned that in Gran Turismo years ago. So trust me when I say I understand that the line is not the ideal line. It is a safe line to get you through the track. I get that. But that's why when I have the line on, that's why it's on. Because I don't know the track. And I will go faster following the predetermined line. Because if I don't, I'm going to hit walls and crash. Because I don't know where I'm going. You know? And I don't have the time to practice every single track every time. Speaking of that, I think I'm going to try the M4. BMWs seem like they're a pretty safe bet. Do some qualifying. I guess we'll just go with the OG. Yes, I understand. 13 minutes. I'll say this, though. Ranked play feels a lot more fun in this than in all the other ones. I've never had a good experience in LMU. I've had a couple in iRacing, but for the most part, iRacing is that you just get punished by idiots. I mean, LMU is kind of the same way, but the problem with LMU is it's also boring. For me. I want to tell you that that LMU is boring if you're into LMU, because that's the subjective part of things. I am a sprint racing type person. I've always liked sprints my entire real life. All the racing I have done has been sprints. I do not like endurance racing. I will fall asleep in the middle of the race because I'm bored. Uninstall it for the third time now. It's the most popular it is right now. Like, I couldn't get over, like, if you were playing anything but LMU yesterday, you were audienceless. Because everybody was on the 6-hour Monza challenge. Which is the definition of pure torture to me. First time I've driven a GT4 car in this, by the way. See how we do. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's what I meant to do. Yeah, I don't want to tell anybody that LMU sucks, because it is good. It's a good game. It's really good at what it does, endurance racing. But if you don't like long stints or endurance racing, you're not going to like LMU. There's just, it's contentless, in my opinion. For the guy looking for a good time, I don't think LMU has anything really good to offer unless you are super competitive and like those, you know, exhausting long races. This is my average experience in LMU. The ones I don't get crashed, that is. Is the guys who are clearly better than me drive off into the sunset, and the idiots keep crashing behind me. So it's really just me making solo passes for a half hour on a track that is boring, like Monza. Now, 5 laps for me is Monza. Any more than 5 laps on Monza, and you're just twisting a knife into me. This is night and day different driving than the last race. This thing is on rails. BMW and McLaren are the best driving GT3 or GT4s. Gotcha. I think multi-class racing in just about everything is a blast. Like, one of the most fun things I can do in all of sim racing is do multi-class in AMS2. I stack the grid with a bunch of random speed cars, and I'm in an F1 car. Because now it's like playing dodgeball. I gotta get through the pack of cars here and not hit any of them. And I am so much faster than all of them because I'm in an F1 car. It's completely random and would never happen in real life, but I can assure you, it's a lot of fun. This is my one turn in on the Red Bull ring that I just am terrible at. That last sweeper right there. If I do it smooth, I feel like I'm way too slow. And then if I do it quick, I feel like I'm probably slower. Alright, that is definitely not a second gear spot. I've done it twice now. It doesn't like it. Ratio is too short. Listen, here's the thing. If I don't like LMU and you do, listen to yourself, not me. It should be like that for everything. Whenever there's a YouTuber or someone just saying that something is bad or good or whatever, judge it for yourself and yourself only. You could heed their warnings, maybe pay attention to some of the things, like look for those things that they talk about and see if they're actually there and bother you, and you've just been ignoring them, or just enjoy the game. If you like LMU, who the hell am I? Play the hell out of it and enjoy it. I just don't like endurance racing. That's why I have to be, like, respectful of what they're doing, because I think it's a great game. I just don't like it. You know? It's kind of like... It's sort of like Call of Duty to me, in the sense where I think that's actually being disrespectful to LMU. Because LMU is obviously much more of a passion project than Call of Duty. But the point is that everybody likes Call of Duty, and it is arguably a good game at its core, but I don't like it. Although, you know what? Let me walk that completely back and get rid of Call of Duty. LMU is Battlefield 6. It is a good game, done well. But if you don't like Battlefield 6's longer games, well, that's how I look at the endurance racing of racing. It's just not for me. I would rather play a Call of Duty match, not because of anything Call of Duty, other than the quicker format, in-out style of playing. Now, mind you, I don't like how fast or ridiculous Call of Duty has become. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the shorter match style system. It's a sprint race. Just like I like regular sprint racing in racing games over long, drawn-out endurance races. I would fail miserably at a real Le Mans race. Maybe not, because I'm, really racing. But in a sim, I would fall asleep. I would not stay awake. I don't know how anybody does a 24-hour race in a sim. I don't understand it. Because there's a lot going on in a real race car that's keeping you awake that is not happening in a sim. Like, the fear of death. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not worried about my life right now when I'm in this thing. Speaking of which, once I finish this lap... That was my best lap, too. Sweet. All right, let's back out. What time I got? 4 minutes? Got it. No, I'm good with that qualification. Car's easy enough to drive where I'll learn the rest of it in the pack, you know? That's why I always tell people, too, all the time. So, in the real racing world, where I come from racing motorcycles, there are these things called, like, draggies and V-boxes and these things that can actually measure very, very, very accurately what you're doing, acceleration-wise, all this stuff. So, people will obsess over that. And they'll be like, look how fast I went XYZ this day. And this other person will say the same thing. And I'm like, that's great. You're all faster than me. And then they always lose in a real race. Real racing is very different from, in this case, qualifying or time trials, you know? When you're in the pack, when you're actually racing with somebody, even if it's one other person, just the mental stuff that your brain will start doing because there's somebody else there, you'll stay in the case of like, all right, so in straight line racing, your tires start to spin a little bit, and someone starts to pull away from you. Your natural reaction is, I got to give it more throttle because they're pulling away. I got to catch up. And all that does is slow you down more because your tires start spinning more. And then you drive even further away from you. Whereas we're training your brain when you have to race someone versus a time trial or solo, you would know that even if that person is pulling away right now, I have learned that I have to back off the throttle. Even though I can do this no problem when I'm by myself, when there's someone else there, you have to learn to override that instinct of, shit, they're pulling away, give it more gas. No, back off the throttle, let the tires catch back up, and then start accelerating again. Same goes for time trials. In time trials, when you're doing this, you know, I know I got to stop here. I know this. All of a sudden now, there's someone that you're almost ready to overtake, and you know you're approaching the braking zone, so you go, oh, I'll just brake a little bit later to overtake. And next thing you know, you come way out of the line, you miss your line completely, you're off the track, and now they're even further away because you took a chance that you wouldn't have taken in a time trial. Real racing with real people, or in this case, digital people, but still, there's something else, there's another anomaly in your way. It's the same thing as real racing. Your brain does stupid shit that you wouldn't expect it to do. So, like, as far as qualifying, no, I'm good. I could qualify first. I can almost guarantee I won't come in first place. Racing sims, force feedback settings, which cars to drive, how you drive, and how you use the game. 100% personal and no right or wrong answer. Exactly. Armor Reforger and insert. So I've played Sandstorm, but not not Reforger. I honestly haven't played a shooting game in a while now. I was too disappointed by the hit reg of Battlefield 6. I got really tired of sniping people that I know which should be kill shots because they were not moving, and the reticle was directly on them. I got no hit marker, no nothing, and I'm like, I don't understand what I'm shooting at. If this isn't a hit, then there's no such thing. The hit reg is really bad, and I don't, mind you, that was months ago. Maybe they've fixed it now, but either way, I don't have enough interest in shooters. I spend all my time in the racing sim stuff now because it's both homework, fun, and work. But I have to hold off on the work stuff. You know, I don't want this to become purely work because then, well, now it's just another job that I don't want to do. You know? All right. 8 minutes of practice. I'm good. I drove the, well, never mind. This is GT4. I will say I drove the Mercedes prior to streaming, and I actually really liked it. Now, is it me, but in all the fixed setups, is the Audi the fastest straight line car? Because I usually like the way the Audi drives in pretty much every sim. I don't know why. Maybe it's just my style or whatever. But I felt like in this, it seems like it in the back straight of Watkins Glen. I consistently, and I mean consistently, put up 3-4 miles an hour more in the back stretch than every other GT3 car using the Audi. Anyway, I'm going to use the bathroom quick before this time expires. All right. Also, folks, if you don't mind clicking that like button, always helps. Always helps. Subscribe too if you want. If you like listening to people like me ramble about things. Subscribe if you like RaceRoom and you want to watch a lot of RaceRoom content. Because I will say, if you YouTube RaceRoom, there's just not a lot of content on this game. And it's kind of surprising to me because it's an older game. The only real recent videos I've seen of it are the reviewing type YouTubers talking about its new updates and how great the game is. Now, I don't know where this game was player base wise prior to the updates, but I feel like this game should be a lot bigger than it actually is. Yeah, let me look quick. And right now there's 1,251 people playing it. Want to see something really sad? This is something I got to talk about, but I'm giving the devs a week or so to get back to work. But we have 67 people playing PMR right now. The 24-hour peak is 89. And I've been monitoring the Discord, and it's been quiet. It's been very quiet. I haven't seen anything from the devs in a minute. Yeah, unfortunately, like even the Discord, it's just full of people backing out of the game entirely. In my opinion, this month, the month of January, is going to genuinely be make or break for this game. For PMR, I mean. If they don't make any real solid foundational improvements in the month of January, I don't see it recovering. At least not, they would have to like go off the grid and then come back. I don't know. Every sim has been in a pretty terrible state at launch. But they dropped the ball on their marketing side of things. Obviously, I'm not telling anybody things they don't already know, but still. What happened? You guys were all talkative, and now you're all gone. All right, here we go. Oh, boy. Oh, baby. What else have the developers made that did AC Rally? Obviously not Kuno, it's the other one, the people that are actually developing it. Trying to drive it safe here, too. Clearly, I am not good at this track. This McLaren, you should just pass me, bro. Just go around me. God, that guy has almost hit me about 4 or 5 times now. Just take it. He's reckless. I don't like him. And that's my point. Hopefully I can put some distance on him now to stay away from him. Although the way he's driving, he probably will catch back up. I didn't want to be the guy that he hit. What are the rookie lobbies essentially in this? What is the like my target ranking that I'm chasing right now to level up per se? What made you think that was a good idea, buddy? I'm trying to treat online ranked racing like real life. If I'm slow, get out of the way. And I am slow, so I'm trying to get out of the way. Race safe, not hit anybody, don't want to cost anybody real money. Don't want to bang up any cars. What issue are you referring to with YouTube streaming? I understand my line sucks. I know. Casual gamer, guys. Casual gamer. I'm not in a rush to learn. I'm just in a chill. Let's learn over time. We'll find the apexes. We'll figure everything out. My problem is I never know where the track limits are. And here's my biggest problem. Playing too many sims that none of them operate the exact same way. It has got to be one of the most frustrating things in sim racing. It's like, I don't know how far wide I can go there before I get a track limit. Right here either. I don't know Red Bull Ring at all when it comes to track limits, and I don't trust it. I see people go wide a lot of times, and then I try to follow that line, and then I get a track limit warning. So I honestly, again, my focus here is just playing it safe. Oh, I was way too early. Way too early on the brakes right there. I don't know what I was doing. Oh boy. I gotta be careful, that 2-3 downshift. That second gear ratio is real tight. Nice overtake, sir. I haven't had any issues like that with YouTube. Should I be doing this sweeper in 4th or 3rd? And this one as well, 4th or 3rd. This feels like 3rd, this one. The first one, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like if I don't downshift, I understeer too much. Same with this one. Third for both of them. Because it feels better when I downshift, but I also know that butt dynos, even though this isn't really a butt dyno registration issue, are always wrong. I think I gotta turn in a little later there. But yeah, that's like a big thing that stops me from learning is I don't spend enough time in one sim at a time. I'm jumping around like crazy, and what happens is the games play completely different. So now typically ideal lines are ideal lines, but when a car handles completely different and I'm used to a certain input, that input puts me in a completely different location. The inside curbs or the outside? I imagine the inside curbs, but... That Sophie AI would be pretty legit right now. Someone in my ear to tell me every move. Spotter, tell me what I gotta do. Speed up the learning process. Oof. Lock the brakes up a little there. Up, up. The question though is even Discord streaming gonna be fast enough to for you to actually crew chief me? I mean, yeah, you could do it after the fact, but obviously it'd be harder to do it live. Yeah, Seal Hut is on the list of things I gotta do. It's hard to find the time, man. That's my biggest complaint right now, is that there's not enough time in life, like in the day, to just get everything you gotta get done. So I gotta figure out, like, all right, what do I want to do for next video? What game do I want to play? I mean, what do I want to make the video about? Oh, and then there's that whole rest of my life thing that I gotta worry about, too. Like my main job, although it's the slow season of my main job, so I have more time. But, man, there's just not enough time in the day to get everything done. Terrible line. That S-curve, man, I'm just terrible at it. Absolutely terrible. I just lost half a second in that. East Coast, Eastern Standard Time. Oh, shit. So you guys would prefer Seal HUD over Rehud? I don't think people realize the worst thing you can do is rage quit. Yeah, it's weird. There's definitely like a slow time at night with this game. I really would like to, if I have like any kind of successful streaming future, games like this, I would like to be able to help get them popular, at least in the States. Because this game isn't very popular in the States. And it friggin' should be, man. There's a bunch of NASCAR 25 players, which I don't even understand. I played that game for 15 minutes and I was done. This is very true. Rest in peace, certified rider. Appreciate that, Thad. Thank you. Yeah, that, making me rethink my trip to Florida, that's for sure. Because I've already essentially retired from the street scene. And that is just an unfortunate reminder as to why I did. Too much risk. All right, where are we at now on results? Guess still got to update. Yeah, and that's the worst part, is that I know he was doing it because he loved it, but like he's an example of someone who had zero to prove and he just did it for too long. The reality of the situation is you do it enough, it's going to happen. And that's the part that I really had to think about before kind of calling it, you know? Because he's a vet, been doing it a long time, and he's one of the most talented guys that I know on a bike, you know? Way, way more talented than I'll ever be. But I noticed that in the past few years, I started taking less and less and less risks because the reality of it's like catching up with you. And, you know, yeah. It's a rough one, that's for sure. It's not that anybody deserves it, but I can't think of anybody less deserving of it than him. You know? $5 a.m. crank, huh? Good morning. It's 1 o'clock just about here. All right, what's the next daily I want to get into? I want to see my results, though. Here we go. Oh, rating hurt me. So what? This is the part I don't understand. Why did my rating go down if I advanced a position? No incidents, so my safety rating clearly went up. But why did my rating go down for gaining a position? So if you lose to someone with a lower rating, it'll drop you. Gotcha. Oh, that's the game. Makes sense. If that's the case, my rating's going to be tanking quite a bit. See, the right thing to do would be to get off ranked and start learning off ranked. But I don't give a shit. I'm not in this to prove anything. I'm in this to have fun. So let's lower my ranking together. I just got to figure out what I want to do. Super Touring. Never even ran that track before. Oh, that's right. I want to do this. Well, I don't know Zandvoort. I don't know so many tracks. That's the problem. Road America. I can technically do this race back to back. All right, I got 8 minutes. Let's see. I had really good luck with this car in racing the AI. This car overall, I think, is the safer bet, the Ferrari. But I'm not as fast with it as I am the Audi. So I have to think, what am I going to be better at? How am I going to be driving? I'm going to be driving to safe, or am I driving to push? If I'm driving to push, well, no. See, it's the opposite. If I'm driving to push right now, I probably want to go with a Ferrari because it's the safer bet. If I'm driving to drive safe, this car will work out better because I'll be faster while being safe. I actually don't like the Bimmer, honestly. I think I would. This car is, like, in my opinion, the balance point between the 296 and the Audi R8. Just because I think the 296 is such a hard car to lose control of. Like, I think it's more stable than the BMW. Again, subjective opinion, but this car has just much better turn in without. To get these cars to turn in as hard as this car, these cars, the ass would chase. They would oversteer. So and then this, is it me or does the McLaren 720 have a shit ton of snap oversteer for no real reason? This is the first sim I felt where, like, that felt like this car is the Mercedes, the AMG is amazing. AMG I couldn't lose control over, period. That might actually be the one I go with. I did spend some time with the 911s. The solo race I did was with the 911. I feel like this is the fastest straight line car, the Audi. At least in my own personal testing, it was the one that put up the highest mile per hour, like, lap over lap consistently. And I don't mind driving it. Let's just give it a shot. Screw it. Let's stop talking about it. Let's just do it. I'm absolutely going to have to practice. Let's give it a shot. Give it a shot. So what is rookie, and how do I get out of it in terms of like in iRacing, it clearly says rookie. What on this is an indicator that I am a rookie, outside of my clear as day visual performance? All right. God, I don't think I've ever driven this track before in any other sim. I like the embankment though. That's cool. Oh yeah, no idea where I'm going. Oh my Lanta. This might not be the track I want to do. Did we see if this forces off the assist line? Because I might want the line. But if it takes it off, then I'm kind of screwed. Learn to get good. This track looks like it would be a lot of fun, that's for sure. I just have no idea where I'm going. Whoop. You know what, I think I'm going to turn the map on for this one. Oh shit, what's the binding for map? I forgot. Mirrors. Okay, so the line's on. Leave that on for now. Alright, well, if I can have the line on, I'll leave the map off. I don't know what button that's bound to from... Use your race line for practice quality. I probably would have taken that a bit more aggressive if I wasn't staring directly at the line. Where'd my line go? What the hell was that? Let's just get rid of the line as you come up over a hill. You don't need to see where you're going over a blind hill. It's fine. Go away. Is that an actual thing, or is that just a joke? Server line lag. Also, where have you guys found the best TC for these GT3s? I have them start at 4. 5 can get risky. Obviously, 6s, you got to be careful. But I feel like anything under 4 is just punishment, slowing you down. Alright, so first turn, drop from 6th to 2nd. This is a fun track. See, this is an did it again. There's just no line there. They just do not have a programmed line at that turn. Interesting. Gotta learn that turn. Go wider there. Yeah, I've had pretty good luck with wow, my brain is not working. TC4 with the GT3s anyway. If anything, it helps them kind of oversteer a bit instead of just understeering into a corner. See, this is an example of a track that I like, so I'll spend more time learning it. That's my biggest problem. If I don't like the track, I don't really care to learn it. And it just keeps me slow on those tracks. And unfortunately, when you want to do ranked racing, well, you got to race the whole circuit. Or the whole, you know... Same, I'm in the same boat. I like hard tracks. For example, generally speaking, Red Bull Ring is a fairly easy track. And that's also why I kind of suck at it. Because I spend no time on it, because it's a default, like, alright, well, I can race this track without, learning the ideal line and not crash. A track like this, for example, all of the tracks that exist right now, my personal best track is the Nordschleife, the hardest track, because I have so many hours on that track. And this track is fun, Sebring is fun, so I spend more time on those tracks. Well, this is my first time on this track, but still. Alright, we're coming up to the invisible line disappearing on me. See, I'm remembering. Right over here. Coming right up. I just don't, because of the line, I don't know how to stop. The line is actually making it harder to learn that corner, because it's not there. This is what, Zandvoort? However you say that? I've never driven this track before in any other sim. Heard about it 1,000 times, never driven it though. And this Audi drives great. This, honestly, this Audi suits my driving style. This car likes to be pushed when a lot of other cars don't like to be pushed. If you drive this car softer, it's going to punish you for it. Alright, so I can brake a little later on that turn. Next one, I'm gonna stay locked. If I crash, I crash. I'm gonna lock until the line reappears telling me to brake and see what happens. That might be suicide, but it is what it is. Oh, I can't say that on the internet. This is so much more fun of a track to push on than Red Bull Ring. See, Red Bull Ring is boring. A little reckless there, it's fine. This is the experimental one anyway, where I'm going to push harder in this straight. Remember, I'm going to stay locked until I hit that line. That was regrettable. Knew it. Knew it was a problem. Knew it was a problem. Alright. So we got to figure out where to brake properly there. Also, I should probably back out of this now. I'll learn the rest in racing, but... Alright, I like that track. Let's put Zandvoort on my top 5 for open lobbies. Did I miss my window? I think I missed my window. Oh, that's a bummer. The next one's not for 22 minutes. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Gotta go to the bathroom. Son of a bitch. You know, chat, you're supposed to help me out with this stuff. All right, what do I want to do now? What I want to do is go race Zandvoort. I can't even run this one. It's going to be in the way. I screwed that up. All right, so it's in 20 minutes. Try the Mojave track mod on AMS2. Start time is in 25 minutes. Now, if I go do single player stuff, it won't bounce me out of registration, right? Ooh. I lied. I lied, folks. We're registering for this one instead. Much as I do want to learn Zandvoort, I want to do this race. GT3 on the Nordschleife. That way I can push a little bit more trusting, like. Even though it's not a fixed class, so I'm probably going to get my ass kicked because I'm going to run it with a fixed car, but I don't really care. Back. I wish there was a back. Like, can I just go back to the next screen? Oh, I can't. I hit escape. Got it. See, look at that. Learning everything. Did that unregister me, though, because I went for that? Oh, it says under print, this one. Got it. Ooh, I can do this too. Screw it. Let's get in there. Not waste any time. Going on, Durden. Going on, Durden. Yeah, I'm thinking this is definitely going to be my ranked game, and AMS2 is going to be my pure fun game. But I registered for this. Did I not register? Register. Not register conflicts with the GT3. Why? It doesn't, though. It literally says it doesn't. See? It does not conflict. Son of a bitch. Let's get me in this then. Okay. And since I don't know the track, I'm going to turn the line on. Don't care what anybody says. Sue me. Although I don't know if the daily race is even going to allow it, right? Whatever. Oh, it's on. Oh, it's on because I turned it on. Got it. With my keybind, I mean. All right, let's try out this Tatus. Never driven this thing. How's this thing go? Durden, I'm going to go ahead and say yes, but that is coming from someone who... Oh, the game thinks I'm in the current Zandvoort race because I missed the start. Got it. Got it. That makes sense. Is there a way to back out of that one? Even though the race has started? Yeah. Got it, understood. But yes, Durden, honestly, I'm a big fan of the way this game drives. Like, I've actually spent just as much money in this game as I have iRacing already. Except I have way more content because it's not as evil as iRacing when it comes to its business model. But I have every track in this game already. I've already bought. I recommend buying the Christmas pack right now if you want to get a lot of content for a good amount of price. $35, and the game is free, so you're essentially spending $35 on the game. So you're spending early access money to get, I think, 17 cars and 32 tracks or something like that. But no, I'm a big fan of this game. This game and AMS2 are my tops. If you like AMS2 and you wish the cars weren't as slidey, you're going to like this game. I mean, I think you're going to like this game if you like AMS2 regardless. But this has the wide range. In fact, there's a lot of cars in this that AMS2 doesn't have. I also think this game does a slightly better job on car audio than AMS2. For example, the Fords in this game, they're Fords. Like, they sound like Fords. I can't remember what mods I downloaded. I got a bunch of cars and a few extra tracks with the mods in AMS2, but I found that if I ever did have a crash in AMS2, it was from using a mod. And a lot of the modded cars I didn't like. The only real modded car that comes to mind that I did like was the Turbo MX-5, the hooligan car. That car was a lot of fun to drive. But other than that, I feel like I didn't gain much from some of the mods in terms of experience. I think AMS2, before a ranked mode, needs a career mode and to really spend some time with the slide physics. If they can mitigate the slide physics as much as possible and give a good career mode, that'll be the single-player game. On PC, anyway. Like, I would genuinely believe there would be zero other reason to play any other sim from a single-player standpoint. Like racing AI, whatever you want to do. All right, let's do a little bit of practice here, since I have no idea. I've never driven this car before or this track. Oh, I already like the sound of this car. Also, as far as force feedback goes, this is the first sim I have seen where you can put the shifts in the force feedback. I need to sit up higher. I cannot see shit. Oh, my bad, bro. So far, we've got some decent grip here. See how braking is. Braking solid. I'm just gonna let this guy go by me. The glare on the road is messing with me. See, if the Formula V drove like this, I'd play iRacing in Formula. But that thing is the most punishing moving vehicle I've ever experienced in all of sim racing, in iRacing, the Formula V. I know. iRenting. That's the worst thing. If I lost the internet now, I can grind on this and AMS2. Can't play online, obviously. But what are you going to do in iRacing? Gran Turismo 7. There's nothing for you to do. Oh, you spun out, buddy. if you don't have the internet. To me, it's just crazy. But that is clearly the industry goal right now, is to own nothing and be happy. Exactly. Has anybody tried buying a video card? I'm trying to get my buddy to buy one. I'm trying to get him to get a 5070 Ti right now because he's not ready to build a computer. I'm like, dude, I know you're going to want to build a computer in 2026 and you're going to get screwed by this RAM epidemic. I already have RAM I can sell him. I'll sell it to him for retail. I don't care. Or, sorry, OG retail, not current retail. All right, go buy me, buddy. Go buy me. Oh, this does need... So I need an internet connection to do single player? Oh, found the limit of the brakes. Oh yeah, you need an upgrade there, LP. You absolutely need an upgrade. I would do it now. I know, obviously, you know, life and money and all that stuff, but look at it like this. Buy a GPU now, and worst case scenario, you end up selling it for more money than you paid. If you need the money or whatever it is, you know? Yeah, it does suck. That definitely knocks this game down a notch, needing the internet. Well, at least my AMS2 doesn't need the internet. Alright. I'll learn the rest on track. This is just a time waster anyway, till I get to the race I want to do. Fun little car, though. Yeah, so let me look right now. I was like, because I have a 5090, I have the tough version, and now I have one of the you can only buy this card for $5,000, which is ridiculous. I was worried that I overpaid because I bought it post-tariff, the post-first 10% tariff, and luckily, well, at least for my own mentality anyway, it never dropped below that ever again. So, which is what I was expecting, which is why I bought it. Tough 5090 right now. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. That's my GPU. Right there. Tough 5090. Now, Asus stuff is primarily gone. They're usually the first thing to go because they are the most popular. But MSI would be my second go-to. So let me see. MSI 5090. Believe it or not, the only one that's still in stock is the Supreme, the liquid-cooled one, at $3,350. That's the original price. The Vanguard, $4,600. $4,800. Well, you can buy a refurbished one for $3,300. Yeah, that's a deal. Ventus is out. 5090s are gone right now, man. Oh, shit. Pay attention to the race. Distracted. It's gonna. I'm telling you right now. There's a few good 5070 Ti. Like my buddy, I told him like, because right now he uses a 3080 laptop as his. It's one that I sold him. It's a good laptop, but I mean it's like a full power type laptop. 18-inch Asus, whatever the hell one's called. But it's his laptop, or it's his computer that he uses for sim racing, and it gets the job done. But it's still a laptop GPU, a laptop 3080. So I'm trying to get him to build a computer. Yeah, $800 is right around what the 5070 Ti is going for right now. And I'm trying to get one to get, because I told him, I'm like, listen, there will be other things that will go up in price, but he has like decent income, so like he'll overpay for something. But I told him, like, a GPU is already the most expensive component, and if it goes up by 100%, so essentially doubles in price, or goes up by 200%, that's an amount of money that you don't want to, you know, pay for. You could tolerate the RAM prices. It sucks, but like spending $150 more on RAM than you should, yes, it sucks, but it's like a doable thing if you absolutely need to build a computer. Spending another $1,000 on something purely based off of supply and demand, that is not something you can do. Oh. Radar just saved you, buddy, because I was not looking. Oh, shit. Why am I in neutral? Get out of neutral. I forgot to lower my line pressure for my brakes. I'm heavy-footed on the brakes. Set the car up around the driver. That's the rule. Oh, Jesus. I should have lowered that line pressure. Too busy talking about damn GPUs. 5090's not going to make me a better driver. I get 300 frames in this game. I could have 1,000. I'm still going to hit the brakes too hard. Yeah, MSI is still slight, but the problem is that they're sent the mainstream stock of like the main e-tailers like Newegg and stuff. They're going out of stock because everybody's buying them for fear. Like, I will say, there's nothing that feels worse than a forced supply and demand issue. Like fear, like when people, oh god, there's a gas main out, so everybody's got to go buy their gasoline. What was it? What pipeline was it that went out a while back, a few years ago, like 2022 or something? And literally everybody on the East Coast stored a bunch of gas, and it created a supply and demand issue for gasoline. Like, people are a big part of the supply and demand problem. Toilet paper during COVID, things like that, you know? But anyway, though, the point is that GPUs are... God, I am so bad at this game. I was gonna say, nope, that thought's gone. Well, the shortage is coming from at the source. NVIDIA, for example, is cutting their supply. But what I'm saying, though, is the part that's arguably forced is that people are now going out and buying things. Because you don't think scalpers are working right now? NVIDIA announced that they're, for 2026, cutting supply by 40%. However, that doesn't affect the current supply. The current supply is affected by people going, oh shit, these things are going to be worth a lot more money. I got to buy them now so I can sell them later. So next thing you know, all of the supply goes away, and now you've got $4,500 graphics cards sold from other e-tailers that are just scammers, in my opinion. In my opinion, if you're a genuine e-tailer and you sell something above MSRP, you're a scumbag. I know it's within your legal right. It should be illegal. But the only way you should be able to sell something for more than its retail price is if it's third party, like your private party. But I will say, I don't need 96 gigabytes of RAM, but I am regretting 6 months ago when I almost got a 96 gigabyte kit. Because the only reason I have 64 gigs, which is more than you need. 32 is what I would probably recommend to people. 16 is now, I think, probably the bare minimum. Just because of how memory hungry a lot of things are these days. 32, in my opinion, is plenty. 64 is like... I mean, I've just had 64 since I had my 5950X build. Since my AM4, I mean, basically. So I've just gotten used to 64 being my default. And then the 96 gigabyte kits started dropping in latency quite a bit, so they were very performant RAM while still having the capacity. So I was like, the prices aren't crazy high, and like it's, you know, maybe a worthwhile investment into the future. But the reality of the situation is, there will likely be DDR6 before I need 96 gigabytes. So I ultimately was like, meh, I'll just hold on to the 64. And now I'm like, man, how long is it truly gonna last? This billionaire AI world we're living in, that should scare you more than any other form of politics. Not that I want to talk about politics, because I absolutely don't, but since we're technically talking about tech, it is something that should be people, like, I assume, you know, you guys being sim racers and, you know, into computers, you follow, damn it, that was lame. You follow Gamers Nexus, because he covers it a lot. I don't know why that's where the line slows me down. I could just lock the throttle right there and not downshift, but the line is making me downshift. Yeah, that's where like the biggest thing is all the people that are being forced out of Windows 10 to go to 11. That now all of a sudden a lot of older CPUs are no longer supported, which will require them to buy updated RAM to support their new CPU. Like, that's predatory. Microsoft is cancer. They are really, like, I need to learn myself some Linux because I would love to get rid of Windows. I'm not an Apple person, but that doesn't mean I support Windows and Microsoft in general. I unfortunately have Windows 11. Windows 11 is basically Windows 10 with a different skin. Hard to believe that there's someone behind me that's worse than me. He already DNF'd. So this is the worst I can do unless I crash. That's good. Yeah, it's a rough world when it comes to the, you know, especially billionaires. You have to understand, like, I laughed at all the people supporting all the billionaires because it's like, you do realize that these people are only making decisions based off of making themselves more billions. I can assure you none of them are having any interest of the people. Never have, never will, never going to change. Look at Jensen Huang. He got a taste of the billionaire life. You think he cares about gamers anymore? Come on. You really need to lower that line pressure. I don't know what you're doing, but... that's what you're doing. You're avoiding the... why? Come on. Well, there we go. Now we can just chill for the next 4 minutes because there's nobody behind us. We can talk about technology. This car, I will say this, is very anticlimactic. Jensen is not a gamer. He was a long time ago. Long time ago. Gaming is the gateway drug to technology. But he hasn't been a gamer in a long time. Long time. He obviously goes where the dollar signs were, and GeForce is no longer a dollar sign. Hey, you know what I'm looking forward to this week? All of the AI abomination compilations of people just spamming AI, 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 AI. I really think we're going to see a major technological cultural shift in 2026. I don't see us getting new GPUs in a very long time. You know, we've been on a 2-year cycle with at least NVIDIA anyway, and then sort of AMD just doing whatever. Because AMD's business model for GPUs has always been reactive based off of NVIDIA. NVIDIA sets the pace. But I don't think we're going to get a 6000 series or even a refresh of the 5000 series for a while, for a real long time. And PS6 and Xbox, I don't see them making a entry anytime soon. Makes me, I will say though, in the console space, it makes me happy I got a PS5 Pro when I did. Because all of the anti-PS5 Pro people were like, I'm just going to wait for a PS6. PS5 Pro is a scam. Well, whether it's a scam to you or not, you're going to be waiting a long time for PS6. And there will be games that run a lot better on PS5 Pro than on PS5. I have half of them. For example, Spider-Man 2, even though it's completely not a sim racing game. I have played it on both standard PS5 and PS5 Pro. Trust me, there is a massive difference. Both frame rate and resolution alone. It's almost, for me, because I'm coming from the bougie computer world, but playing the visuals of Spider-Man 2 on standard PS5 was painful. Like, it hurt my eyes how blurry it was. PS5 Pro looks fantastic. It almost looks as good as it does on computer. Point of that tangent is PS6 isn't coming anytime soon. I was originally expecting like 2027. You can absolutely count on Sony to talk about a delay later in the year. So I highly recommend people that if you are in the market for potentially building a new computer or at least getting some new components, do it now. Because you'll regret it in 3 months from now when you pay twice as much for even a bottom dollar graphics card. That's the worst part. I'm trying to get my buddy to do it. I want to get him into a 5070 Ti. That's my recommended. Either that or a 9070 XT if you're not... but I like the NVIDIA technologies too much. I wouldn't overpay for a 5070 Ti. Like, if a 9070 XT was at MSRP and a 5070 was, like, double in price, I don't care about DLSS enough to pay double. But... Alright, how did I hurt myself right there? Let's see. David, I tend to disagree on that because I'm actually the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to games and consoles. I think consoles are holding back games. In fact, I don't really necessarily think that. I know consoles are holding back games. So when you talk about, like, say, games not pushing the platform, games being made for the platform are what's slowing down the progression of the console development. For example, Spider-Man 2 barely ran on PS5. If I could show you right now in person the difference between Spider-Man 2 on PS5 versus PS5 Pro, and then Spider-Man 2 on PC. So the reason why I say PC is because that's the max the game can run at. Anything, if the graphics aren't good enough on PC, it's because the game isn't good enough. Whereas the graphics are terrible on standard PS5 because there's not enough power to push Spider-Man 2's graphical fidelity. So in the case of Spider-Man 2, the game is far above what the PS5 base can do functionally. PS5 Pro is a much better option. All right. Start time 14 minutes. We're just going to wait and we're going to chit chat until this race starts. And Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was another game where it hurt my eyes to play it on PS5 because it did so much downscaling to meet the frame rate, to meet an acceptable frame rate, which, mind you, the targeted frame rate was 60 in performance mode, which it usually always is, and it would still drop way below that. While I'm talking, there were easily some like 480 to 720p textures that were appearing on screen that like literally hurt my eyes on a 4K TV. PS5 Pro looks fantastic. It looks so much more compared. Now I have it on PC as well, and it looks, PS5 Pro and PC look comparable, but PC looks better. PS5 looks like a PS4 trying to run a PS5 game. And the thing is there are a lot of games that are actually like that. Now, no older title is going to do that. You know, Gran Turismo 7 is a shining example of a game that has an incredibly good engine that can run on a potato. Because from a pure power standpoint, we're going to talk in teraflops for a second. Teraflop is like horsepower, but it's a graphical number instead of a number talking about how much power something makes. Well, in the engine space. So a PS5, standard PS5 has 10 teraflops. An Xbox Series X has 12 teraflops. So regardless of which one you like better, at their core, the Xbox Series X is a more powerful game console than a PS5 base. The PS5 Pro has 16 teraflops, or 16 and a half. We're splitting hairs at that point. So it is objectively more powerful than an Xbox Series X. Now, a 5090 has 108 teraflops. A 5070 Ti has 44 teraflops. 5080 is somewhere in the middle, but closer to the 44 side. But the point is that, how do you make a game to push, say, a 5090 when it's also got to get made for something that's on a base PS5? I'm personally, now I'm not saying with the way prices are, I don't think anybody should be buying Xboxes at all, but I personally don't think an Xbox game should be made to an Xbox Series S standard if you want to push the graphics of the game. If you're making a game for a PS5 Pro and a 5090 and all that stuff, but you also have to make it for an Xbox Series S, I have an Xbox Series S, by the way, as well. If you have a 24-inch 1080p gaming monitor, then maybe an Xbox Series S is an experience where it's better than nothing. But in 2025, if you have a 4K TV, even a 40-inch 4K TV, in my opinion, you can't push the resolution anywhere near a respectable frame rate on an Xbox Series S. I don't even know what the teraflop is. It's pretty low. Let's see, Xbox Series S teraflop. 4. So 4 teraflops. So an Xbox Series S has less than half the power of a base PS5 and 1/3 the power of an Xbox Series X. So just think that whatever experience you're getting on Xbox Series Series X, you're fully capable of getting exactly 1/3 of that performance on Xbox Series S. I'm sorry, but as far as I'm concerned, the power of the Xbox Series S is last-gen console. I know it would piss some people off, but at the end of the day, there should be some games that you just can't make for Xbox Series S. Or you have a team specific to building one for that game, for that particular console. But at the end of the day, it all starts at your engine. And UE5, in my opinion, is just not built for Xbox Series S. It just can't be ran properly. I believe Gran Turismo 7, which is not on Xbox, obviously, their engine is an engine that could run on an Xbox Series S. It is efficient enough. This is the end of the consumer owning GPU. I agree. which makes my 5090 feel all the more like liquid gold, or not liquid gold, but you know what I mean. I can definitely see it being a Cloud 6000 for sure. A 4060 Ti is quite a bit more powerful than a base PS5. Let me see what the teraflop is. I could be wrong on that. Yeah, so it still is. A 4060 Ti is 22 teraflops. So even more powerful than a PS5 Pro. Third, and that's just another example of an old system halting the overall experience for more, like, because I'm sorry, I grew up in a world where when, you know, Super Nintendo came out, well, guess what? You had to play Super Nintendo games. You could no longer play Nintendo games. So expecting a Super Nintendo game to work on a standard Nintendo just wasn't a thing. And the same with every generation of game. So we're living in this world now where they have to make games for multi-generational game consoles, and that, I just don't believe that should be the thing. Now, I don't agree with all the pricing of everything, but I also remember when a PS3 cost $600 when it was released. More than the PS4 and more than the PS5. This will warm up. I only need a line for the GP portion of this track, especially the shorter one like this. To the point that I might turn it off. What was my... Race line off. Boom, 4. Got it. First try. One thing I got to get over too is the ranked, knowing that I'm playing ranked, slowing me down. I am way less aggressive in all forms of ranked play than I am in casual. And I kind of got to get over that. If I even care about the rating, that's the reality of it. I really, truly don't care about the rating. I just don't want to, like, be slower than I am, you know? But I also just don't want to ruin anybody else's races that are ranked, and they might care about their rating. That's why I like the casual shit, where if we make contact, we laugh and go, oh, no! You know? Where in this, if you make contact, it's slightly different. Oh, whoa, a little loose, a little loose. Alright, so mid-engine car. Got to be careful letting off the throttle too aggressively. At lift off oversteer will get you. All right, let's push now. I don't care if I wipe out in practice. Probably should have went for the AMG. Played it a little safer. Oh well. Send it. Oh, fuel. Yeah, I have a PS5 Pro for the exclusives. Like Ghost of Yotai, don't regret it. Like, it's things like releases like that where it's like I will never regret having a PlayStation. But at the end of the day, I know eventually it's going to come to PC. The only real reason for me to have a PlayStation right now is Gran Turismo. And in all honesty, I don't know if I'm ever going to play Gran Turismo ever again. This car might want TC4 for this track. Oh, it was on TC4, maybe TC3, I guess? The best track in the world. When do I get access to hypercars? Or cars of that nature? For ranked, I mean. Knew it, knew it, knew it! Came into that carousel a little too hot right there. AMG wouldn't have done that. 296 wouldn't have done that. It was very strange to me how the PS5 Pro got, like, critically dragged through the mud as hard as it did on release. It's like, read the specs. It's the same thing as the computer world. Hey, it's a better video card. Do you need it? No, so don't buy it. But talking about it being irrelevant is ridiculous when, you know, the 4090, which is like 80 teraflops, was already out, and your game console is 10 teraflops, and the new one is 16, and you're like, oh, that's stupid, there's no point. Like, I can tell you don't play with a computer. Because anybody with a computer looked at the PS5 Pro and went, I'm in. You got me. Ease of use game console that can play all my current games with almost double the horsepower? Yeah, I'll buy it. Cool. And it's still cheaper than, you know, a mid-tier GPU. All right, here we go. Race time. I need to make some adjustments, though. Still my favorite GT3 to drive, though. You just have to be very, very, very careful of oversteer. Try and combat the oversteer with a little more rear downforce. Not going to pretend I have any real time dialing anything in this game. Fuel level 13 gallons. I didn't see what my fuel was after one lap. We know we're going to need like 3 laps, so let's just go with 13 and hope it's enough. I feel like the game, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think this game would start you, without changing it anyway, with not enough fuel to complete the race. Am I wrong on that? Would this game do that to you? Although it is not considered a sprint race, it's considered a feature. So, I don't know, maybe. Alright, where I want to be, last place. Well, second to last, I guess. I gotta hang back in these in this GP course a little bit because I don't really know where I'm going too well. So I'd rather let the vultures clean themselves up. So you guys get in front of me, and then I'll work what I know on the Nordschleife. I don't know if this guy's definitely driving on the softer side because letting you know I'm here. Yeah, he's definitely racing for safety, that's for sure. Come on, get in there. All right, let's go Nordschleife time. Hopefully that 1 degree of rear downforce gave me a little extra push in some of these back and forth turns. Oh, it might have even actually, that 1 degree might have actually hurt me. Car wants to understeer more now. Like a good amount more. All right, let's make our prediction. Good job. Staying put. I like it. I already like the people in RaceRoom better. The best thing you can do is stay where you are. Oh no! Ah! Woo! I thought I was losing that for sure. If that was iRacing, we would have done a barrel roll. I knew it. I knew it. Saw you coming. Dude, what are you doing? Alright, you know, I tried to give the game a compliment and say I like the people in it better, but so far... Homie, what are you doing? Watch, as soon as I hit the brake, he's gonna hit me. Or that. But we got a reckless racer behind me, guys. Oh boy. Let's see if we can shake him a little bit. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Okay, good. Still got this guy behind us, though. He made it through the pack as well. Probably shouldn't have changed that rear downforce. I really need the oversteer in these turns. Pressure. Be gentle this time, Evan. It's not screwed up. That was terrible, but at least we got through without spinning out. All right, here we go. Lap 1, we got from 16th to 8th. Mostly due to people crashing. Few legitimate overtakes, though. 4 laps Nords, 24 hours on AC Evo. Good luck. Your frame rate's going to get cut in half by the time the race is over. That's been my experience, anyway. Memory leaks for the win. We're actually going to have to pit at some point for fuel. Oh well. God, I don't know this part of the track at all. Oh, I did it again. Ah. I'm used to going straight right there. I also have never fueled up in this game in the pits. So, anybody want to help me out with that before I screw up the pit and then I run out of gas and then that's how I lose the race? Until I don't know that part of the track because he caught right back up. Oh, come, what? No way! Good recovery, though, but no way! That just snapped out so quick. Mid-engine cars, man. I lost all my mental momentum with that spin out. That's why I don't do good in endurance racing. When I make mistakes, I get pissed off. One thing that sucks about this particular ranked race, too, is it's not a fixed lobby. And I haven't fully learned, and by fully I mean at all, really, how to set up the cars in this particular sim. So I really like to stick to fixed races, so at least I know I'm losing always to better racers and not people who understand setting up the cars better, you know? Also, any advice on pitting? Also, where is the pit on this particular layout? Oh shit, caught that hard. Well, I guess I'm screwed on the pit. Where's an advice giver when you need one? Sparks look pretty good in this, not gonna lie. I can tell that corner is this guy in the BMW's weakness. Why? Yeah, I don't have the pit request button mapped is the problem. That's what I was worried about. And I do not have enough fuel to do one more lap. And I assume when you run out of fuel in this, you essentially just lose. Yeah, just take it, just take it. That's the Nordschleife pit. Oh. That is definitely not where you enter the pit. Alright, shit, mouse. Add fuel. How do I... Oh my god, I don't have it. Alright, there we go. Go normal. Go normal. It's just going to do a drive-through, isn't it? Okay, good. I was worried it was going to just drive on through. Yeah, I don't trust that, though, because I started with more fuel than four. Like, number 4 wasn't enough for 1 lap. So, am I just, like, is it doing anything? See, this is where I knew I was going to get screwed. Confirm pit stop actions. I don't know what my bindings are. Cool, I'm just stuck here. This is ridiculous. I have no button to do that, and the mouse doesn't work. Cool, I guess we're screwed. This was what I was afraid of! I'm just stuck here. I can't confirm this because I don't have a button mapped for confirming this. This is insane. What a way to lose a fucking race. Unbelievable! This is where I do struggle with a lot of the sim shit, is that this is how this race is going to end for me because I didn't have a single button map to confirm that pit stop. I guess return to the garage. That's all I can do. There's nothing I can do. I can't get out of the menu or nothing. What a ripoff, man. You believe this? I can't even get into the menu to bind it right now. Whatever. Over. And retarded. It's shit like that that pisses me off. Alright, what is it? What's the button I gotta bind here? Pit request toggle P. Pit menu select is enter. So up, down, decrease, yup. So it's this one I gotta enter. Bind this to this. Alright, so I need a menu to toggle then, because I just unbound that. Do you ever notice there's not enough buttons on a controller? I don't know what to use to bind it. I guess I could do this. Not a very good button for it, but it is what it is. Try that for now. I can't believe the race ended like that. I truly am I'm befuddled as to how that race is going to end. I couldn't confirm. Look at that. Look at that beating I just took. Oh, no, that was the last track. Oh, man. Ranked racing is difficult. It requires, like, studying and understanding. All right, let's do a practice pit. Get out of this. Why am I in this? Piss off. Let's practice pitting here quick before I go back into a ranked race and screw myself over. Oh, it's so annoying. Oh. I should have taken the chance and ran the lap without getting fuel. But here we are. Come on, bro. That last race cost me a lot of patience. I need you to speed it up. Well, I guess I'm going to go to the bathroom while this loads a single-player race. That's taking 8 years. All right, let's try it again. God, the easy AI is extra easy in this. It's actually silly how easy the AI is right now. Yeah, this would have been a much better Nordschleife car for me. Not gonna lie, I really like the way this might be my safe bet, the AMG. She drives really good. Alright, practice pit. Here we go. Pit limiter. Alright. Hard tires. Man, I set the fastest lap over the AI, cruising through the pits to do it. Wild. All right. All right, now that we know that works, what is the AI doing anyway? I truly can't believe that race ended like that. No, this is not a server. This is just, been doing ranked play today, but I just got screwed on my last race because I didn't bind a pit accept button. So I was just stuck in the pits and I couldn't leave. This car drives really nice. I'm just curious to see if I can catch up to the AI at all. Only a short race, so... Alright, so that's second gear for this car. Ah. I like this AMG. God, this AI is so slow. Oh boy. I set them to maximum low just for testing purposes. And yeah, they're a little too slow. And by a little, I mean a lot. We're good. Right back in the race. Never happened. Oops. Yeah, I might have to stick with this AMG for a little while. She's pretty strong. Let me drop the traction control just a little bit. See how it handles oversteer a little bit more. Jesus. Oh, there's the TC5, so... Ooh, that blue AMG. I like that color. Is that a Bilstein? Yep, Bilstein. Man, I just complimented you and then you hit me? What is that about? Yeah, the Bentley, I haven't driven it yet, but it does look like it runs pretty good from what I've seen. But I'm really liking this AMG. It's a very balanced drive. Except for when you miss braking zones. I might give this one a shot on ranked for a little while. Get away from the Audi. At least in the, it's tough. You gotta kind of pick and choose tracks. At least when you're running fixed setups anyway. And that's really all I like to do is fix setups. Oh, all right. Get that over with now. Let's get back to our multiplayer now that we got that binding fixed. Oh, it drives me nuts. I need a short race here because I'm just about ready to put in my 4 hours here. So we might do DTM 2022 or 2002. God, words are hard. Stick with Mercedes. Why not? Do a quick quali. Quick quali. Is this an H pattern car or is this a sequential? Do we know? And we're gonna know in a second if I can't shift the car. All right. Whoa, whoa, hey, where's the track? Where is the track? There's the track. I want to switch wheels just because I need to be able to chase oversteer. And it's harder to do that with a car that's this loose and a track wheel. All right, let's fix that. Let's try 85. I got a heavy braking foot, so try that. Jesus! Instantly! That's wild! I can deal without the TC, but man! Well, I already know that. That's how 85 is, so just go right to 80. That's crazy. You cannot go by the line. You have to start slowing down long before the line warns you. I can deal with the no TC fine in this, but man, this thing just locks the tires up effortlessly. This is going to be a tough car. That's for sure. Oh boy. All right, let's get out of the throttle there. That's a little too soon, but too soon is better than what we did last time. The sun glare is not helping. Let's try this for now. This is a difficult car. It's fun, though. Ugh. Yeah, I don't think the track layout's bad at all. This is fairly easy. I just can't see with the sun glare. And obviously the car is keeping me timid. That's crazy that that's minimum brake pressure too. It locks the front tires so easy, it's crazy. All right. Let's wait for the race. I don't want to miss it since my last one. I'm still butthurt about that last race. Still butthurt. Not having a select menu or a select button binded to my wheel. Oh, I don't even want to know how much it punished me to DNF the race. Stuck in the pits because I can't say okay to my crew chief. Ugh. Sim racing. The real life realism of that aspect there was that somebody had my mouth duct taped. And I couldn't go, I couldn't tell my crew chief what to do. That was where the realism got me there. There are some aspects of things that should be game, and there are other aspects of things that should be simulation. Basic things like that. There should at least be a built-in default where like so much time goes by where it automatically selects your options. But like, there's nothing to tell you, hey, before you get into ranked racing or before you pit, you need to bind some buttons. I understand, doesn't need to hold your hand like that, but it should be coded on the back end to that, hey, 30 seconds has went by and you haven't selected anything. We're just going to select whatever's on the screen for you to get you back in the race. But, you know, it's whatever. I'm over it already. Do we think PMR has a chance, man? The devs were supposed to be back to work today, to my understanding, but unless they're behind, which I don't think they're behind. I'm pretty sure they're in front of us. Yeah, so it's 8 o'clock London time right now. I don't know, boys. I don't know. Let's get that brake pressure back down. Fuel. I don't know. I do not know what we need for fuel. Play it safe. Let's go 12 gallons. It's going to slow us down. Don't care. Oh, sorry. This is fixed. I wonder if we should put some brake bias to the rear. This might be a mistake. 50-50 it. Try and prevent the front from locking up so much. So put some extra fuel in the back. Unbelievable, man. We're having a tough time, aren't we? How did I cut the track? I don't even know. I thought I was staying... Whatever. At this point, the day's over. Okay, alright. Rear brake bias helped the braking, but it might have created some oversteer. Well, all I can hope for is people DNF, and I don't. Brake bias definitely helped. How much, I don't know, but... I didn't even see you. All right, let's mentally regroup and finish this race. Last race started or ended like shit. This one started like shit. You have to like be on, like ranked play is. You gotta pay attention to every little thing. Add it to the list. Same spot! Same damn spot! God. Cars that are this, like, finicky get frustrating quick. I think my goal at this point is to not get lapped. You know, I've driven a lot of the other cars in this game that don't have TC and ABS. This is definitely the most malicious one. You can't push at all. No, you son of a bitch! Ah, I have yet to get one clean lap with this piece of shit car. Oh, man. I don't know how y'all drive cars like this. I just want to go sub 140, and I was 3 seconds under right there, and then I spun out. It sucks being this publicly bad at a video game. Oh, man. Alright, early braking. Go ahead. Alright, DTM 2002. We'll be avoiding this class, because this is clearly not our thing. It's not his either. I can see the potential of fun in these cars, but man, they're punishing. Don't spin out here, Evan. So the rear brake bias thing, I actually don't like it anymore. Because that's the rear brake bias screwing us right there. Go ahead. Oh, you're a first place guy. Sick. I'm being lapped now. Fuck this. This is ridiculous. Alright, so DTM 2002. We know that that is not our thing. I like DTM 2005. I like, obviously, the GT3 in this. I like GT1s, which have also no ABS or TC, but they drive. This is a tough car. Are they all like this in this class, or did I just pick a tough one? They're all like that? Yeah, this is... You know, I wanted an easier race after that pit disaster. Oh, man. At least we went sub 140 finally. But yeah, these are tough, man. Oh, boy, I'm drifting wide. This is a tough car. Oh, I screwed up. There's so much memory involved with driving these cars. You can't just get casual and relax with them. You have to pay attention to everything you're doing. Two laps left. Remember, brake early. Do not forget. So the 150 marker there. That's where I braked that time. That seems to be the best point so far. That one can probably go right to 50. That was 75 or so. Oh! Thanks for the sub, Track Rat. Appreciate that. You're catching me at a bad time. Getting my ass kicked by a 2002 Mercedes Slidester. That's what I've called it anyway. Holy shit. That was a tough last race. Luckily, I came in the position I started in. Holy shnikes. It sucks, because that's an easy track, too. If I was in a car that I trusted, I actually could have, like, maybe learned the track a little bit better. But I felt like only learning I did there was driving this car on this track. The line's a joke. I don't know how adaptive the line is, but the braking zones were not accurate for this car. So I might... So factory brake bias was 54-46. I made it 50-50. It fixed a lot of the instant lockup, but it made the car want to like snap oversteer on the brakes. So next time I think I'll try 52-48. That might be good if I try that car again, of course. But man, let's see how much we got punished by our Nürburgring. Look at that. Minus 30. And then minus 22 right there. We got minus 30 here. We finished in 13th when we actually got stuck in the pits at either 8 or 9. Yeah, so that DTM 2002 just punished us across the board right there. Lost 4 positions off start. Hurt all my ratings altogether. Anything I gained today, I lost in the driver rating. Started off my day strongest. Look at that. Lower than when I started. Lower than the base price or the base rating. Oh well, that's ranked racing for you right there. We're learning. All right, folks. That's gonna wrap this one. Wednesday we'll be back doing this again. We're gonna continue our ranked racing journey on RaceRoom. I think RaceRoom is definitely the most fun experience, especially in ranked. That last race did not factor into that fun part. I got to spend some serious time learning how to drive those cars before I attempt to do that again. So DTM 2002, check the box on that for never have to do it again unless people start wanting to do it that I know. But overall, though, pretty solid experience on RaceRoom. Tonight, we're going to be jumping on AMS2 for open lobbies. I would do RaceRoom open lobbies more, except I haven't developed enough of a following, if you will, in this game to get people to want to play this at nighttime. And because I can't put AI in, where at least with AMS, if there's only a couple of us playing, I can fill the lobby with bots, and we at least have bots to play with, and it's somewhat entertaining. Whereas in this, at least I haven't found a way to add bots. But, you know, overall, solid experience in the ranked world of RaceRoom. I got a lot of work to do at getting good, which I know that. I got to get good at all the sims. And jumping around from sim to sim to sim is not helping my case. But it is what it is. That's the game. Anyway, tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be jumping into some AMS2, and we're going to be doing some public lobbies. So for those of you guys that today were all about AMS2, I better see you there. And then Wednesday, we'll be back again, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for more ranked RaceRoom. That being said, good to see you, O'Miley. I see you've moved on from PMR for the time being. I moved on from PMR a couple weeks ago. About when they said that they were going on vacation. Yeah. I mean, PMR's got a lot of work to do. And so far, we've seen no devs talking in the Discord. So if they're back to work today, then they are back to work. They're not on the socials. But I'm giving PMR till February to really start turning it around before I just kind of stop even thinking about PMR. At that point, maybe I'll return in 6 months. But they have, as far as I'm concerned, January is make or break for PMR. They have 1 month to really fix some of the jarring problems. And if they don't, I'll see you in 6 months. Or when someone else lets me know that the game is where I would want it to be. But sucks because it's got potential, but I'm not going to torture myself when there's so many other experiences out there that I could be having a better time with. AMS2 and RaceRoom, for example. RaceRoom offers an incredible ranked experience by comparison, and AMS2 offers, like, the best experience. AMS2 is essentially fully flushed out, ready to go PMR. It's just on PC only. If it was a console game, PMR wouldn't have a place right now. So consoles are what's keeping PMR alive. PC, there's nothing going on. And even in looking in the Discord, a lot of the people that are even still giving up on it. I really think it was a mistake to not have anybody working on the game over vacation. But I understand that everybody needs a vacation. But bottom line is, what do you need more? A week of rest? Or your game, which is your life, essentially, your finances, to succeed? I don't know. Anyway, folks, thanks for being here. I appreciate y'all watching. I appreciate the new subs. If you are new and want to sub, hit that button. I'd appreciate it. And also spam some likes on this video. It would be super appreciated. Anyway, folks, thanks for being here, and I'll see you 11 o'clock tonight. AMS2, do not forget, Peace, boys.